What's up, cool people? Welcome to today's live stream. A little bit later than normal, but hey, we're here. My name's Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. And, so I unintentionally lied last week. Or at least I gave the impression that we'd be getting back to just normal live stream schedule stuff for Saturdays. It's slightly inaccurate because the Bible study portion is going to be still abbreviated. But I will not be doing extra gaming stuff because, like, basically if I do it one chapter of Bible study and 2 hours roughly of gaming stuff, that will then catch things up as far as what's all recorded and ready to, edit and upload and publish in the individual sections like I like to do. So, yeah, today it's going to be a chapter of Bible study, and for the game we'll be looking at Slay the Spire some more, continuing my first standard run at least, as the Silent in that. Act 1 went fairly smoothly. We'll see where things go from there. Anyway, that's about all I've got for now. Still not 100% sure about apartment move progress. Like, I've got a key, I've got stuff. I've got the ability to move things in, let's put it that way. I'm just not totally sure of the timing because I'm going to need a little bit of help with some of the bigger things. And because I still need to get internet set up in the new place before I fully move in. So, alright, that's for sure officially all I've got in terms of updates and previews and whatnot. So we're going to go ahead, run the early Twitch ads, and then we'll hop into some Bible study. Also, hi Seth. Yeah, I don't know if I'll actually need too much help with Slay the Spire today, as I'm just doing a standard run, because, like, it's a standard run. It's pretty much just me trying to make decisions on some things. And I feel like I know the strategy well enough. Okay. So we are here. Ads are running for a little while. So yeah, in case, for whoever wasn't here last week, the stuff I've done with Slay the Spire is basically, I had my first run I played as the Ironclad, because that's all you can play as. Got up to, but not through Act 3. Then I did a little bit of stuff in between, like a daily climb thing, one custom run, or at least part of a custom run. And then I've gotten through Act 1 of a standard run as the Silent. But all that comes later. So, Seth, I was just saying, I don't know if I'm really going to need much help, per se, with Slay the Spire stuff, because it's just a standard run. There's not a whole lot, maybe a little, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting enough of the strategy lately to have a decent idea on things. But I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, they are still tricky sometimes, but, like, I don't necessarily want to be taking too many suggestions from somebody else, because, like, me playing, it's It's supposed to be more me and how I would play it, not like me taking a bunch of suggestions from somebody else and how they would play it. Anywho, we'll table that discussion for now, because it's Bible study time. Right, yeah. I hear you. Okay. So, keep in mind I will be recording stuff during the live stream, so forgive me for slight delays with responding to chat if I'm in the middle of something, especially for this, if I'm in the middle of, like, reading some verses and whatnot. But, here we go. Oh, also before I start that, real quick thanks. I know it was just yesterday, but we got some follows from Fedorable Will and Stars Over Hyrule 09, so appreciate the follows there nonetheless. Even if they did stem directly from a raid. So, yeah. For real now, Bible study time. Let's hop into it. Alright. So we're looking at 1 Chronicles chapter 26. So the past few chapters have been kind of breaking down different divisions of duties related to the temple, and I think after this chapter it gets into something that's not so directly temple related, but still, with the transition from the tabernacle and that structure and that way of having, you know, the offerings and the worship for God and all sorts of things like that, transitioning from that to the temple, which is a more permanent, solid structure, there came with it some reassignment of duties, and we're kind of in the middle of that. Now this has, in a way, like, this period of the history of Israel has already been covered in previous books and chapters, but Chronicles is sort of meant as a reminder / explanation to the Israelite exiles, because they got taken over by other kingdoms. So they're exiled, and this is kind of telling them, alright, here's how we got into this mess, and I'm gonna not so subtly hint at what was supposed to happen, how it went wrong, and then we can figure out how to get back to what we should have had and, like, fix all this. All according to a man named Ezra, which the book named after him comes up later, so then we can get a little more insight into why he would be doing all of this. Anyway, okay. If I need to explain any more context, I will as we come across it, but for now, let's hop into 1 Chronicles chapter 26. These are the divisions of the gatekeepers. From the Korah heights, there was Meshelemiah, son of Korah, of the family of Abiasaph. Sons of Meshelemiah were Zechariah the oldest, Jediael the second, Zebediah the third, Jathniel the fourth, Elam the fifth, Jehohanan the sixth, and Eliahonai the seventh. Sons of Obed-Edom, also gatekeepers, were Shemaiah the oldest, Jehozabad the second, Joah the third, Sakar the fourth, Nethanel the fifth, Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, and Pulithai the eighth. God had richly blessed Obed-Edom. Tell you what, I'll pause there for a sec. Alright. So, previous chapters, more specific, like the most recent 3 chapters, had a breakdown of the Levites' duties, and then the priests, and then the musicians, which were all directly related to the temple. The gatekeepers I think some of them also guarded the temple in a way, but this was also, I think, expanding more broadly to the city of Jerusalem and its gates. So basically, we've got, like, you know, it's kind of saying that there were different subdivisions of the duties for the gatekeepers and maybe the different shifts or watches that they had based on, you know, a certain ancestor and their sons. Because a lot of things tended to get broken down into, like, the different families and clans and, you know, divisions like that. So really a lot of the duties were like almost family trades in a way. So we've got, it seems like maybe just 2 primary clans, I guess they were, or definitely families, that so far it has mentioned being gatekeepers. Note there at Abiasaph, that's coming from the Greek version. Hebrew reads Asaph. But, like, honestly, the name in particular, I don't know if that's really a big deal for the modern day reader. The Israelite exiles, who this was originally intended for, might have had a better idea of these people and their names and any of the significance of said names. But for now, I think I will just continue on to verse 6. Obed-Edom's son Shemaiah had sons with great ability who earned positions of great authority in the clan. Their names were Othni, Raphael, Obed, and Elzabad. Their relatives, Elihu and Semachiah, were also very capable men. All of these descendants of Obed-Edom, including their sons and grandsons, 62 of them in all, were very capable men, well qualified for their work. Meshelemiah's 18 sons and relatives were also very capable men. Hosa of the Merari clan appointed Shimri as the leader among his sons, though he was not the oldest. His other sons included Hilkiah II, Tebaliah III, and Zechariah IV. Hosa's sons and relatives, who served as gatekeepers, numbered 13 in all. Okay, now I'm not saying this is going to happen for sure in this chapter, but the previous couple, I personally have been just trying, I don't know, I've read through the chapters and been like, okay, we've got an explanation of how the duties were divided up, but not which duties went to whom. Like, I feel like that would be, you know, some decently important information to have, but at least I think for the original audience, it might have been more significant. To us, maybe less so. So, I'm going to try not to dwell too much on it. It's just like, okay, why are we explaining how things got divided up if we're not explaining the different duties that got divided up and who they went to? Like, how do you tie the significance of any of that to anybody of later generations? I don't know. But let's maybe continue reading on in this chapter and see. Actually, before I do though, there might be explanations elsewhere in the Bible of the different duties, and it's just maybe kind of assumed that the mentioning of the divisions in these chapters follows the order in which those duties are mentioned elsewhere. I can't say I recall for sure. But I'm not making any assumptions on that. And so, without making any assumptions, I'm left here kind of scratching my head like, okay, but who's doing what? But, anyway. There were no notes in that section. So, let's continue in verse 12. These divisions of the gatekeepers were named for their family leaders, and like the other Levites, they served at the house of the Lord. They were assigned by families for guard duty at the various gates, without regard to age or training, for it was all decided by means of sacred lots. Which, that was also the case for definitely the priests and the musicians. I forget if the Levites' duties were decided by sacred lots or not. But in any case, I think part of the reason it keeps mentioning this, like, you know, without regard to age or training or any of that, initially, the first time it said that, it was because all the people who could have been delegated different responsibilities were equally qualified. And so, due to that, they decided to cast sacred lots for the placement, so there's no, like, favoritism being shown or anything like that. And I imagine it's a similar case here. Because so far, all we've read about these, you know, gatekeepers was that they were all well qualified for their work, things like that. Yeah, without regard to age or training, I think there might still have been, like, you know, qualifiers on how old one had to be in order to fulfill a particular duty. And a lot of these were kind of passed down through the families anyway, especially like we read last chapter with the musicians. But yeah, the no regard for training seems to be odd, but again, I think it's still leaning into the idea that, well, they're all well qualified, so let's not, like, you know, show any preference toward being trained by this person or that person, or coming from a particular family, or, like, even just, we're not necessarily going to assign the oldest this particular duty because we're equally qualified here, or we're looking at people who are equally qualified here. So I don't think it's a, nah, we're just gonna not give a care about who does what, as if, you know, as if the duties aren't significant. It would need to say that if all were the same training. It would not need to say that if all were the same training. Yeah, I mean, they might not necessarily have been trained the same way, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the quality of their training was any better or worse across the different qualified men for these duties, I guess is what I was trying to say. Okay. On to verse 14 for now. The responsibility for the east gate went to Meshelemiah and his group. The north gate was assigned to his son Zechariah, a man of unusual wisdom. South Gate went to Obed-Edom, and his sons were put in charge of the storehouse. Shuppim and Hosah were assigned to the West Gate and the gateway leading up to the temple. Guard duties were divided evenly. 6 Levites were assigned each day to the East Gate, 4 to the North Gate, 4 to the South Gate, and 2 pairs at the storehouse. 6 were assigned each day to the West Gate, 4 to the gateway leading up to the temple, and 2 to the courtyard. These were the divisions of the gatekeepers from the clans of Korah and Merari. Okay. So, this at least says what the different divisions of the duties were. It just, well, and actually it even says who got what. So, hey, we don't have the thing that I mentioned in the previous couple of chapters, where it's like, okay, here's how things were divided, but we're not going to tell you who did what. I assume the number of people at each gate probably related to the number of people that would pass through said gate and or the overall importance of said gate. Because obviously, if more important stuff is coming through and or more people are coming through, you want more guards there. I mean, yeah, technically that's an assumption, but in lieu of any other information, I think that's probably the most reasonable assumption. I mean, really, it mentions 6 assigned to the East Gate, and then essentially 4 everywhere else, because 2 pairs is also 4. It does also mention 6 at the West Gate, though. So you got 6 to the east and west. And then 4 everywhere else except an additional 2 in the courtyard. But the courtyard would have been, like, within the temple, I think. Or certainly in the temple grounds. So, that's all. There's already at least a layer or 2 of gatekeeping before getting to that point. So, that might also have had something to do with having fewer guards assigned to the courtyard. Anyway. Hey, yes, I am technically making assumptions, but I feel like they're fairly logical and reasonable. Okay, so, note there at Meshelemiah, Hebrew just says Shelemiah without the M-E at the start, but that's considered a variant spelling, with Meshelemiah being mentioned earlier, that seems to be a reasonable connection to make in translating efforts. Note there at the temple, okay, so it's talking about the gate leading up to the temple, which could be read as, based on what they're translating from, could be read as the gate of Shalaketh on the upper road. Meaning of the Hebrew is uncertain. So, I imagine, given that the meaning of Shalaketh is uncertain, the translators focused more on the direction of the gate and where it was located. Note there, courtyard could also be read as the colonnade, meaning is uncertain, but courtyard, colonnade, fairly similar terms, honestly. Okay. So we've got these different divisions of the gatekeepers. And now we'll move on to verse 20, where it seems like it's going to talk about some other officials, treasurers specifically, and others. Okay. Other Levites, led by Ahijah, were in charge of the treasuries of the house of God and the treasuries of the gifts dedicated to the Lord. From the family of Libni in the clan of Gershon, Jehiel was the leader. The sons of Jehiel, Zetham and his brother Joel, were in charge of the treasuries of the house of the Lord. Looking further through the chapter to see divisions of things and where I might want to pause. Okay, so this paragraph is talking about treasurers. The family of Libni. Okay. Sons of Jehiel were in charge of the treasuries of the house of the Lord. Which... Okay, so it mentions the house of God and the gifts dedicated to the Lord. So were those... I guess those might have been stored in slightly different places, but also the wording is very similar. Might have been, like, some of it went to the priests specifically and others to the Levites, or... I mean, there were mentions, really throughout the Old Testament, about things being dedicated to the Lord. And not all of them were apparently, like, things that would be temple duty related. So, I don't know. In any case, we've got basically Jehiel was in charge of this stuff, and or maybe it was his sons that were in charge of it, and it's just talking about him because he was their father and was the leader of that clan. Anyway, Hebrew there says Laden, variant spelling, but it's the same person. Compare to chapter 6, verse 17. Okay, so go back to that breakdown. There were, I think chapter 6 was part of the, like, genealogical stuff. So then you might be able to line that up with where on the family tree this is coming in. Hebrew there says Jehieli. Variant spelling, one letter off. Can be compared to chapter 23, verse 8. Okay, anywho. Feel like I've been talking a little more than normal. Moving on to chapter 23. These are the leaders that descended from Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. From the clan of Amram, Shebuel was a descendant of Gershom, son of Moses. He was the chief officer of the treasuries. His relatives through Eleazar were Rehabiah, Jeshaiah, Joram, Zichri, and Shelomoth. Shelomoth and his relatives were in charge of the treasuries containing the gifts that King David, family leaders, and the generals and captains and other officers of the army had dedicated to the Lord. These men dedicated some of the plunder they had gained in battle to maintain the house of the Lord. Shelomoth and his relatives also cared for the gifts dedicated to the Lord by Samuel the seer, Saul son of Kish, Abner son of Ner, and Joab son of Zeruiah. All the other dedicated gifts were in their care too. Alright, so it's going through, I guess, the breakdown of some of the treasuries here, in a way. Shelomoth, and probably also his family / clan, were seemingly directly in charge of gifts that were dedicated by, like, leaders or, like, kings and commanders, essentially. Or it says generals and captains here, but primarily stuff that was, you know, gained from battles, loot that was taken / plunder, whatever you want to call that, and things from that were dedicated to the Lord. Now, note there at generals and captains, Hebrew says commanders of thousands and of hundreds, which is kind of a similar way of saying generals and captains, you know. Just different way of explaining the ranks within the army. Hebrew says Shelomith there in verse 28, which could be a variant spelling, especially with the ancient Hebrew not really having vowels like we do. Us, you know, modern English readers, at least. So, yeah. Those kind of gifts were overseen by Shelomoth and his descendants, I would imagine. Okay, verse 29. From the clan of Izhar came Kenaniah. He and his sons were given administrative responsibilities over Israel as officials and judges. From the clan of Hebron came Hashabiah. He and his relatives, 1,700 capable men, were put in charge of the Israelite lands west of the Jordan River. They were responsible for all matters related to the things of the Lord and the service of the king in that area. Now, the lands west of the Jordan River would have been, like, flashback to when they were first entering the Promised Land after leaving Egypt. There were I think maybe 2.5 tribes that actually decided they wanted land in a certain area before they even crossed the Jordan River into the bulk of the Promised Land. And Moses was like, okay, yeah, sure, you can, or was it Joshua? I don't know. One of them was like, all right, you can have this land here, but you got to go help fight with your fellow men to, you know, help us gain control of this chunk of the Promised Land across the Jordan River here. I think those tribes had wanted it for, like, raising sheep or some particular purpose like that was why they wanted it. So they agreed to that deal, helped with all that the way that they wanted, and yeah. So that's why some of the tribes were on the other side of the river. So those tribes apparently were overseen by Kenaniah and his sons. Or, no. Sorry. Scratch that. Kenaniah and his sons were administrators. It says officials and judges here. Maybe not judges like the Book of Judges kind of judges, but more like we would think of judges, like, you know, legal judges. Now, Hashabiah and his relatives were the ones in charge of what was west of the Jordan River. Of course, I go this way. I should probably point. No, that's correct for viewing purposes. Or was it the Eastern group that was split off? I don't know. I mean, really, it wouldn't be that hard to look up. But you could go ahead and look that up for yourself. Because I'm like, yeah, west of the Jordan River then would have been closer to the Mediterranean Sea. So yeah, I guess that was actually like really the bulk of the Promised Land. Anyway, all right, lest I continue trying to figure that out, let me move on to verse 31. Also from the clan of Hebron came Jeriah, who was the leader of the Hebronites, according to the genealogical records. In the 40th year of David's reign, a search was made in the records, and capable men from the clan of Hebron were found at Jazer in the land of Gilead. There were 2,700 capable men among the relatives of Jeriah. King David sent them to the east side of the Jordan River and put them in charge of the tribes of Reuben and Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh. They were responsible for all matters related to God and to the king. Okay, so, yeah, it was east of the Jordan River that had those tribes. So, Jeriah and his descendants, or at least his family at that time, were responsible for the tribes that were kind of separated a bit geographically by the Jordan River from the rest of the kingdom of Israel. And so they were, I'd almost associate them with being like governors in a way, but it also said they were responsible for all matters related to God and to the king. So they were, in terms of relation to the king, they might have been governors in a way. But as far as matters related to God, they were, I mean, they obviously weren't the same as priests, but, you know, they may have also had some sway over, you know, making declarations for that area in terms of how the people should follow God's commands and when and how to do various things for festivals and whatnot. But let me not speculate too much on how that all, on what that all meant. All right. But we do actually get some explanation of who did what in this chapter, so I appreciate that. But yeah, so that covers the treasurers, the gatekeepers, and some other officials that were in charge of at least various parts of the kingdom. But that's what we get for 1 Chronicles chapter 26. Okay. And that is all the Bible study we're going to do this week. So I can, you know, start catching up on other things. Like, I still, because of that 1 week when I recorded extra Bible study due to waiting for the Kingdom Hearts 3 download, there's still a bit of evening things out to do. But this week is just the one chapter of Bible study and 2 hours roughly of Slay the Spire. Next week will be Bible study chapter and 2 hours-ish of Kingdom Hearts 3. After that, we reset back to normal, 2 chapters of Bible study a week, and then the 2 hours of whichever game is on the agenda. So, before we get into Slay the Spire here, let me go ahead and run another Twitch ad break so that it's not interrupting as easily what I'm gonna do there. Also, I don't know why, but apparently a bunch of frames got dropped at one point as I was doing the Bible study. But, oh well. Alrighty, so we now have game stuff. Switching over to that. Game has its own background music, so I'm ditching mine. Okay. Now, oh yeah. One little thing I might want to do here, because I'm probably going to be a little bit further away from the microphone, I'm going to just go ahead and bump that volume up a bit. Okay. Now I'm in this scene for a while. Okay, so I left things off after I did one battle in Act 2 just to kind of help lock in the rewards from defeating the boss of Act 1. And that's right, I was debating with myself on whether to get Crippling Cloud or Escape Plan Plus. Also, there will be a bonus episode of Dream Drop Distance soon enough. Yeah, I guess with the extra stuff, or like with the secret. Is it I guess it's a secret ending or something like that. Secret episode, and then maybe, depending on how things go, I might sort of package that and the Julius fight eventually as like one video. In any case, one other little thing I gotta do before I get to recording stuff here is change the category on Twitch. Boom, done. Okay. Alrighty. So I would take the escape plan because it's upgraded. See, I think so I had already kind of made this decision, but it didn't lock it in because I didn't do anything else afterwards. I had actually leaned towards the Crippling Cloud because, A, there are not very many cards in this deck that are particularly expensive. B, I don't know if I have that many skill cards in my deck. But that does exhaust, so, But also, the fact that Crippling Cloud could then be upgraded later was part of my thinking. But Escape Plan Plus, either one seemed like a good idea to me. So, I guess because it's free as well, or no energy cost, maybe I will go with that. Okay, fine. Escape Plan Plus. Now, before I start recording and proceed with things, I'm just gonna let anybody who didn't catch last week know what happened here. So I've got a smoke bomb, which means if I get into some trouble with an elite or anything like that, I can get away. Also got a fear potion, which applies 3 vulnerable. My relics are, of course, the Ring of the Snake, as is standard with the Silent. Which means I draw 2 additional cards on my first turn. The Preserved Insect, which gives the elites less starting health. Ornamental Fan means if I do 3 attacks in a turn, I gain 4 block. Mercury Hourglass, at the start of your turn, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Sling of Courage. Start each elite combat with 2 strength, so all the more reason to want to fight more elites. And then Wristblade, attacks that cost 0 deal 4 additional damage. That's the one I got from the boss. Okay. Yeah, I suppose I will need to mention taking escape plan. Alright. Silence a little special. Anyway, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start recording now after another quick sip of water. So, here we go. Alrighty. So, I'm continuing my silent run. My standard silent run in Slay the Spire here. I actually, as I rebooted the game, it took me back to that one decision from the last battle, as far as which card that I took. I went with Escape Plan Plus this time around. It's free, I draw a card, and have the potential to gain 5 block. Because, I mean, I got 1, 2, 3... So I got 4 skills, which isn't a terrible chance at gaining 5 block from that. And at 0 energy cost... yeah, free drawing is good. If Magic the Gathering taught me anything, free card draw is very good. Alright. So now we got some event thingamajig here. Augmenter. Man with an eye patch and a devilish grin strides up to you. Hey there, stranger. Interested in... Man, if I can read this. Interested in advancing science. I can make you stronger than any training or blessing. You're gonna need it if you're one of those heroes with a death wish. What do you say? Okay. If I get Jax, it says lose 3 HP and gain 2 strength. I can transform 2 cards. Or obtain a special relic. Oh, man. The relics are so helpful. Transforming 2 cards might also be a good idea. So if I could get that card, which is free, and when I use it I lose 3 HP to gain 2 strength, which is kind of helpful. But the relics... Of course, last time, well, one time during the Ironclad run, I went for a relic and wound up getting something bad. But it outright stated there was a chance of getting something bad, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like going for the relic, honestly. You know what? Yeah. Marvelous. You quaff the mysterious substance. Immediately you are invigorated and feel your muscle fibers twitch. Okay, so what did we get from that? Mutagenic strength. Start each combat with 3 strength. At the end of your first turn, lose 3 strength. Okay, so you get 3 extra strength for the first turn. That's what that boils down to. Which is certainly nice to have. And yes, it's the first turn every combat. Oh, now we've got an upgrade shrine. Before you lies an elaborate shrine to a forgotten spirit. Sure, upgrade a card. Why wouldn't I? This is literally the only power that I have in this deck. And if I upgrade it, it's innate. So I start it. Oh, I get that at the start of every combat? Oh, dang. Which means every single card I play afterwards, I gain a block. Heck yes, I'm taking that. Are you kidding me? Okay. I'm already feeling a bit more optimistic about this run. So, After Image Plus to start things off, because why wouldn't I? And then I've got Backstab, which is also innate. Sure. Why not? Deflect is free. Prepared is also free. I'll just discard one of the defends, because why not? If I play 2 more attack cards, I gain 4 block anyway. Plus, I'm gaining 1 block with every card I play. So, like, why not? Kablam. I am still going to take 7 damage this turn, but I don't think I could have played that any better, really. Okay. Now, keep in mind, it's every card that I play, I gain a block. Holy cow, 13 damage. Jeez. But I want the weakness to be applied to this one, for sure. And probably the poison, too. Okay, 6 is enough to kill this one. Deadly poison on the mugger. Slice. And I am already not going to take any damage on this turn. Kaboom. Oh, yeah. That guy finna die. In fact, I could probably just use Eviscerate and leave it at that. Might as well. Because I don't think I'm going to get anything else. I don't have any cards that outright do any healing. So, yeah. I might as well just end this. I mean, yeah, he'll die to poison, but I can't really give myself anything better for the end of the battle. Alright. Got my own gold back. Got 12 more gold from them. All out attack. Deal 10 damage to all enemies. Discard 1 card at random. Sneaky strike, 12 damage. If you've discarded a card this turn, gain 2 energy. Leg sweep, apply 2 weak and gain 11 block. Uh, 10 damage to all enemies is kind of handy. I'm thinking not leg sweep. Even though having the block would be handy, I have plenty of ways to gain block. And I haven't found too many situations where I've needed more energy. Although I do have some... I do have a somewhat decent number of cards that have me discarding things, like Survivor or Prepared in particular. Actually, I guess it's just those two. Yeah. Free damage when you discard something before it. Which is a bit situational. And these two have, like, the blue thing around them. Which I kind of feel like it's supposed to indicate they're a bit rarer. Anyway, I like the idea of all-out attack, honestly, so I think I'm gonna take that. Okay, so if I go to the right, I've got an event, then a rest, then an elite, then another event, treasure. I'm pretty much stuck on that path for a while. If I go to the left, I could fight more elites and gain more relics. So I'm kind of leaning towards that. Of course, if I do fight more elites, that means I get fewer rests, which could be an issue for me. But, you know what? I feel like taking a bit of a risk. Okay, and we have a merchant. I can afford the cauldron. Upon pickup, brews 5 random potions. 5 random potions? Why would I need that many potions? Good grief. Energy potion, gain 2 energy. Colorless potion, or a weak potion. I mean, I guess having all those potions, I'd be able to figure out more of what I might want. You would need it when you have 5 potion slots. Yeah, but I don't have 5 potion slots. 4 damage for each skill in your hand. That's very specific. Bandages you would like to... Yeah, but I can't afford the bandages. Whenever you discard a card during your turn, gain 3 block. The sundial is every 3 times you shuffle your draw pile, gain 2 energy. Mind Blast. Innate. Deal damage equal to the number of cards in your draw pile. Which, I mean, the fact of it being innate would be quite a few. Just a giant smack turn 1, yeah. So honestly, like, I don't feel like getting the cauldron that much. More cards, more explosion, yep. So, I think I will take Mind Blast. You see now, okay. Having free shivs each turn also works well with stuff I'm doing. So, let's do that too. Okay. Done with merchant. And now for an elite. Although I suppose I could go left from there and then rest if I needed to. I wouldn't fight any other elites, but meh. Okay, so first things first, I'm playing After Image. Whenever you play a card, gain 1 block, yeah. Before I draw anything else, I will do Mind Blast, which apparently is going to deal 20 damage. Hey. What? Mio, bruh? Anyway. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Alright, Mind Blast. And... okay, so you see, now... 20 damage from that, too, dang. Alright, I'll do that to the one in the back, I guess. Past name is... oh! Okay. Yeah. Helix, been a while. Honestly, I think I might play Prepared just to gain 1 more block. Yes, the name Helix's death does ring a bell. Okay. Since the others would die from this, I'm gonna use Neutralize on this one so the weakness actually matters. And then I'll end my turn. I'm about to take more than a little damage here, though. The last stream I was on was from Power Wash Simulator, which, yeah, I haven't played in a while. Although I've occasionally sprinkled it in here and there. So, Slice does 15 damage. I'll get rid of this one with that. Yeah, it's been a little less so with Power Wash Simulator recently. Well, shoot. I don't have any other way of dealing enough damage to anybody to get rid of anyone else this turn. That's unfortunate. On the wedding. Oh. Which wedding? I'm sorry if my knowledge / memory is lacking a little bit on that. Alright. I should not be taking any damage this turn. I don't think. Wedding of your... oh! Okay. Well, I hope that was enjoyable for everyone involved. Okay. Strike. That still isn't enough. Dang. 8 damage 3 times. Okay, well then... I could gain a bunch of block and deal 6 damage. And then start every turn with a Shiv. Or, since this is nearly over, I could just eviscerate this one and leave it at that. So many kids I had to take care of because parents... Ah. I hope you were, still able to take care of the kids decently well. Ooh, hello. Tungsten Rod. Whenever you lose HP, lose one less. Nice. Strength Potion. Also nice. And which card shall I add to my deck? Okay, we've got Piercing Wail. All enemies lose 6 strength this turn. Exhaust. Got another prepared card. Or we've got Crippling Cloud, but we have been working towards some discard metas here. Alright. And free cards after playing that one power that gives me more defense with each card I play is good to have. Alright, I'm gonna see how this battle goes, and then I'll either go to the rest if it goes poorly, or if I'm feeling ambitious, maybe take on that next elite. Because after said elite, then I would just have treasure, event, normal battle. Then I could... Well, then it would just be one other normal battle in some way. Maybe a merchant. So, anyway. I'm gonna do this. Oh, hello. Okay, so the sentry wants to put a negative effect on me. Spheric Guardian intends to block this turn. Barricade block is not removed at the start of its turn. And it also can negate 3 debuffs. Holy cow, is that 37 block that I see on it? Dang. Okay, well, after image, as per usual. Yeah, it's more so deal a lot. Yeah, but at the same time, if it tends to just block a lot, I might actually get rid of the sentry first. Okay, and then I can use backstab on it. It's almost gone already. In fact, I think it will die on my next turn because of the one relic. Because I think that's at the start of every turn, yeah. Of course, I still get that. But if those come up and I have anything in my hand that makes me discard something, then I'll just do that instead. Okay, so that's planning to deal 10 damage this time, and do something unfriendly. Well, slice is free, so I'll do that. And then I could do a strike, and another strike. And I'm gonna have, what, 8 blocked? Yeah, so I think I'll go ahead and do infinite blades. I take 2 damage, but actually, no, only 1 because of the one thing. Only 1 because of the tungsten rod. Yeah. Okay, so. Neutralize. Oh, right, negated. But, Shiv. Deflect, because it's free. Honestly, I'm just going to end up playing all the cards I have here. Okay, I'm still going to take 3 damage, I guess. Uh, 10 damage to all enemies. I mean, 10 damage is helpful, but we'll go with the Shiv first. Yeah, you know what? I think if I do the 2 strikes here and then all-out attack, that's all I need to win. Kaboom. Essence of Steel. Gain 4 plated armor. That's a potion kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah, so... Ugh. But yeah, this one's a potion, because A, it's from a normal battle, and B, when I tried to select it, it showed the potions in red. Plated armor does not decrease until you are hit through your block. Yeah. So, do I ditch my, escape plan? So it just gives you 4 block till you get hit through it. And then it decreases by 1. Yeah. I feel like if I need to whip up a really good offense, these other 2 potions I have combine with each other very well for that. So honestly, I think I'm gonna leave the Essence of Steel behind. But, cards. Sucker Punch, deal 9 damage, apply 2 weak, not bad. Gain 5 block, draw 2 cards. Card draw. It's helpful. Dagger throw, deal 9 damage, draw a card, discard a card. That would go with the discarding meta. Just straight up drawing more cards could be helpful in its own way, though. And this one's already upgraded. Like, none of these feel like bad choices. But... you know what? I'm leaning towards backflip. I think I'm gonna go with that. And skip the potion. Okay. I've got 41 health. Do I think that's enough to take on this next elite? If I use potions, probably. Now, any healing from a rest, like, I have lost enough health that the rest would be fully utilized. Yes, but upgrades are there too. So would you actually rest if so? I mean, I feel like I probably would, but... check upgrades if you need to. Oh, yeah, that's right. I could do that. View upgrade. Obviously, 9 damage for that. More block for that. That gives 11 block. That's 7 block for free. Draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. Eviscerate deals more... No, Eviscerate's already upgraded, so is Slice, so is... Backstab deals 4 more damage. Deadly Poison's already upgraded. So is that. So is that. All-out attack deals 4 more damage. Mind Blast only costs 1 if upgraded. So that... Oh yeah, and then, duh. Infinite Blades becomes innate if I upgrade it. Hey, Sir Dynamo, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. So I would start with that right away. And having an extra free card each turn could combo off of the After Image pretty well. But I feel like I would probably end up picking Mind Blast and reducing the cost there. Backflip Plus would give me more block. Alright, you know what? I'm going to the rest to Smith then. Yes, I know I'm skipping a chance at another relic, but... Alright. Smithing, and I'm gonna upgrade Mind Blast to make it cost less. And now I get treasure. Treasure is a letter opener. Every time you play 3 skills in a single turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies. Not sure how often that'll happen, but hey, nice to have anyway. Yeah. Okay, so I could do 2 unknown event things. Or do a battle and then another rest. Which, if I take much more damage, then I might use that next rest to actually, you know, rest. And if I don't take any more damage, then I might use it to upgrade, so... Let's see what happens here. Oh, we got a malleable one. Which means every time it takes damage... Okay, upon receiving attack damage, gains 3 block. Block gain increases as malleable is triggered, resets to 3 at the start of your turn. Okay, well, After Image to start with, duh. Mind Blast. So honestly, doing more attacks in one turn means it just continues gaining more block. So, now if I do this strike here, I'll gain 4 block anyway. So I feel like that's still a better idea than using defend. And then I guess I'll use prepared. To, you know, gain a little more armor. Or block, or whatever. Letter opener is not in 1 turn only. Is it not? It says every time you play 3 skills in a single turn. Yeah. Although I feel like there might be a slight delay between what I'm seeing in the chat and what I'm actually doing. Anywho. Okay. Well, I've done quite a bit of damage here. But I'm about to take a bunch. Okay, that's a skill that... Oh, look at that. I'll be able to play 3 skills in 1 turn. But then that deals damage. Alright. So that'd be... Although if I did that, that's using 2 of my... You know. Oh, but 7 poison is quite a bit. Okay, well, let me use deflect. Also, it doesn't even plan to attack this turn. Poison. Because I can. Backflip. Oh, and I guess because that wasn't technically an attack, it, didn't receive the extra block there? Huh, okay. Escape plan, because why not? Neutralize. And then all-out attack does enough to win. Okay. Distraction plus. Add a random skill into your hand. It costs 0 this turn. That would actually combo, or help me get the letter opener combo a bit easier. But poison stab, deals 6 damage, applies 3 poison. Alchemize, obtain a random potion. Also, Chestnut Rice, hello. How's it going? I mean, potions are helpful, right? So, and that is a rare. Oh, I guess not every potion is helpful. If you do not use them, that does nothing. Oh, so I'd have to have a potion slot open in order for that, and maintain having an open potion slot for that to be useful. I think I can still manage that, though. No? What no? What do you mean no? You would have to remove one to... Well, yeah, okay. I wouldn't necessarily have to use the potions, I would just have to clear space for them. But, yeah, that seems like it's easy enough to manipulate and take advantage of. Well, Chestnut Rice had their opinion, but that's not what I ultimately went with. Alright. So you see, I'm at another rest now. This one I feel like I really should heal at. Just so I can have a better chance at actually clearing the boss here. Okay. Proceed. Next battle. Oh. It's the couple. Okay. After image, of course. Mind Blast. Actually, hang on. Tends to use a buff. Yeah, the Mystic tends to use buffs. I think I'll get rid of the Mystic first. Or at least work on getting rid of the Mystic first. Okay, backstab. Escape plan to see what I draw. Heals and buffs especially, yeah. Well, using Strike will give me 4 block. I'll use Prepared. Although... I was like, if I got a skill that didn't cost anything... I could have maybe gotten rid of the Mystic already. But, oh well. Okay, ending my turn. Blocked all that damage. They have more strength now. See, okay, now I could get a potion. So... use wisely. Yeah, no, I mean... she only has 1 health. But yeah, so she'll die at the end of the turn anyway. Okay, tell you what. I will use Neutralize on the Centurion. Probably also Deadly Poison. Because it's poison. Why not? Well, I guess I could have made him... either made him vulnerable or given myself more strength. Duh. Yeah, if I defend and alchemize, the letter opener triggers. Yeah. Now, the potion that I get from alchemize I'm like, can I use that immediately, or... Okay. Yes. You can use it immediately. Could I then use one of the other potions immediately and have that clear the space for... Okay. Well, in that case, I'll see what I get first. It didn't do anything? Okay, well... That's what I was trying to figure out. Anyway. Okay, well, we got that, and... I mean, the potions I have aren't bad, so, eh. Alrighty. How do I want to handle this? Well, I could play all of these cards, really. Slice, for sure. Okay. Because I don't... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to deal enough damage this turn to end it. Alright. Let me see what I get from the draw here. Okay, I'll discard Defend and use Survivor. This turn, I would hope I can end it. Yeah, I guess I just wasn't sure if, you know, I would possibly be able to have a sort of, like, floating potion, if that makes any sense. Like it would generate the potion and then let me have the decision of, like, okay, do you want to use this now? Do you want to use a different potion to clear a slot? Or other things like that. But yeah, I suppose that would be a bit overpowered. Okay, well, now I know for sure, and we'll be able to utilize that better in the future. 6 damage for each skill in your hand. I mean, I have some skills, but... Oh, well, each defend is a skill, and that... So, that's 5 right there. 6, 7, 8, 9. I do have, like, half of my deck as skills. So, yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards this one. Proceed. I mean, yes, it could potentially do nothing. Okay, so... Do I do... Battle, random event, rest, boss? I don't really have a ton of money to spend at the shop. So I'm kind of feeling like I have another act, so save. Probably. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a cultist and a chosen that we're up against here now. Alright, after image, always. Mind Blast. I mean, now, like, I could try to get rid of the cultist pretty quickly, and then only have to deal with the chosen, or... Yeah, I feel like that's probably the strat here. Slice... Actually, hang on. Strike does enough damage to get rid of the cultist. And then I can slice there. And use prepared just for more guard. Ah, dang it. I could have had infinite blades at the start of my next turn, but oh well. But hey, I take no damage. If the chosen has more than a turn, expect some bad problems. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3 skills in my hand. So playing this right now would have it deal 18 damage. Okay, and then deflect. And prepared, just to see what else I might get. I'll ditch strike. Then play defend. And all-out attack. And since I didn't have any other cards, I didn't have to worry about discarding anything. Yes, I have been hexed, which means whenever you play a non-attack card, shuffle 1 dazed into your draw pile. Oh, yeah. Ugh. That's not exactly fun. 8. That's only 14 damage that I've got here in my... Ugh. Yeah. Tell you what, I am going to... I kind of feel like using my strength potion. Then I do that. They've been weakened. I strike. Now comes the less fun part. I'm still gonna get another 5 damage in from playing enough skills, though. Because of the letter opener. Also, what was the potion I got? Skill potion. Okay. And whatever I get costs 0 for the turn, so that's probably gonna be handy. Oh, yay. I drew 2 dazed cards. Probably because my draw pile is so low right now. Alright. So. Strike. So wait, if I tried to use one of these dazed cards, technically that would just add another dazed into my draw pile. Oh, yeah, and they're unplayable. Duh. Alright, well, at least I'm only taking 2 damage this turn now. Okay, strike does enough to win. Huzzah. Ooh, hello. Riddle with holes, deal 4 damage 5 times. I already have an all-out attack, so there's that. Dagger spray, deal 4 damage to all enemies twice. It's helpful for groups. But... see, that's a bit rarer, and it's already upgraded. So that's essentially 20 damage. That's 10 to all enemies, so that would actually be more helpful than the dagger spray, probably. Yeah, in fact, it's inherently more helpful than the dagger spray, other than the discarding. So, not getting dagger spray. As far as the drawing and discarding stuff, all-out attack is nice there. And the lower cost means more combo possibilities. Yeah, it's been about 55 minutes, but I'm still willing to go through until the end of the act for the recording. I think I'm gonna go with another all-out attack just for combo possibilities. Alright. So now I've got an event. And it's a battle. Crud. Yeah, not necessarily with the whole hour of video, not necessarily being an hour of recording. Alright, well, after image, duh. 23 damage to one of these. And probably not that one. Because I don't want to have vulnerable applied to me. And I can still neutralize this one, have it deal less damage, backstab it. I've already gained 7 block. Yeah. Do I want to poison that one, though? Or do I want to poison the other one so I can focus on... Yeah, probably. Tell you what, let me do prepared first. See what I get from it. No big deal. Poison on... yeah. I guess I'll do that. Alright, I have taken no damage. for this so far. Okay, 3 skills in hand. So I should probably play that first. Then let me use prepared. I feel like just gaining block isn't the most useful in this situation. Now I could do Eviscerate and my turn would just end outright. Or I could do some fancy stuff with alchemizing and... Because the hourglass damage in the most... Yeah, killing the shelled parasite isn't an issue. Shoot, if I trigger the letter opener, then the parasite will just die from poison next turn. So... I will use the skill potion. Hello. So I can get more poison. Blade Dance adds 3 shivs to my hand, which means I could potentially end the game this turn. Next turn, your attacks deal double damage. I'm not really concerned about that. Blade Dance. Yeah. And it costs nothing this turn. So we'll do that. Also, Alchemize. To get the 3 skills for the turn out of the way. And then, actually, yeah. The shivs will deal enough damage to end this now. Oh. I got another skill potion from Alchemize. Could gain a colorless potion, but I don't know if that's really better than... Especially for a boss, applying 3 vulnerable would be helpful. A smoke bomb would not be helpful against a boss. Let's see what cards I could get. Outmaneuver. Next turn, gain 2 energy. Could be helpful. Envenom. Whenever an attack deals unblocked damage, apply 1 poison. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Yeah. I think I gotta do that one. Guess what the upgrade is? Either that it applies 2 poison or that it costs 1 less. That's what I would assume the upgrade is. But yeah, taking that card. And skipping the potion. Because Fear Potion would be helpful against boss. Smoke Bomb would be helpful for the next act. Skill Potion, better than colorless, probably. Skipping the potion. And, I'm at 49 health. Whoa, what the heck is going on with the feed? I don't know. I hope the recording doesn't end up being too bad like that. So, healing 23 HP wouldn't quite get me back to full. So, check its upgrade. Yeah, but I'd have to... Well, no, I guess I wouldn't. The upgrade for that is it only costs 1. Huh. Okay, geez, Lou, what the heck is going on? Like, this is really not looking good. Hang on. Give me a sec to see if I can fix whatever the video issue is here. happened. I could envision there being a slight connection problem with the game capture device, but I don't necessarily know which connection that would be. Just likes to do this specifically with Slay the Spire? Really? Well, that's annoying. So Envenom. The innate one, or... Oh. Which innate one? Mind Blast is already... Oh, the one that gives shivs. Right. Alright. Which helps more against this? What boss, by the way? I don't know what boss. Although, I guess looking at this could give a hint at which boss it is. Looks kind of like a tree thing, a really scraggly tree. Honestly, I'd kind of prefer to play it safe and rest. Okay, seriously though, this is this is gonna really bug me. The way that this looks. Oh, hello. Enemy's intentions are unknown, not attacking. It doesn't say anything else. That's the thing. I'm not just seeing it in the stream. I'm seeing it in OBS, so I'm imagining the recording's going to be kind of messed up too. He spawns friends, then... Okay, well, after Image Plus, obviously. I got Envenom in my hand. And having that really early on is really helpful. Fine. Doing that, even though that means I don't use Mind Blast this time around. I can still play Backstab, though. Okay, ending that turn, I guess. Oh, jeez. And what do the minions do? Minions abandon combat without their leader. Okay. So if I thought I could do crap tons of damage... okay. Infinite Blades is going to be very helpful for later on. Okay, Escape Plan Plus. Prepared. And then just to make sure I have another skill I can play and get the 5 damage from the letter opener that way. Boss can only spawn max 2, but it will spawn when at least... Okay. So, do this to gain the block. And then... I guess... All out attack. Oh, that does 10 to all. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm good with that. Ouch. And once again, I have all sorts of skills. Not so much with damaging things. At some point, applying vulnerable would be a good idea. You know, putting that on the boss, I mean. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. For the group damage, I will use my skills. So I got backflip. Prepared. Poison is a skill. I don't really need to be discarding anything else, so... Although... That's still more block than defend. Although I have 2 defends in my hand, so I'll just discard one of those. Never mind. Deadly poison to the collector. And I guess at this point I could attack twice. That's going to deal 10 damage to all of them. So then at the start of the next turn, they would be gone. But it would be on the following turn that he would spawn them. So, next turn might actually be the best one to try and use the Fear Potion. Not sure. Or I could just use it now, see what happens. You know what? Fear Potion on Collector. So now I'm gonna Shiv and all-out attack. Of course, I'm about to take what? That'll get my block down to 7. I'm about to take a good bit of damage. Ouch. But as long as I survive, I don't think it matters. Okay. Ooh, and I got a bunch of attack stuff here. Alright. Oh, and he's wanting to inflict a negative effect. Yay. Neutralize. Because it's free. Shiv is free. Slice is free. I've already played 3 attacks. I could see what skill I get. Because as things stand, I'm not even going to use all of my energy. So if that does something that'll give me more card draw, or I don't know. Piercing Whale, outmaneuver. Next turn, gain 2 extra energy, and it's free. Apply 4 poison and 2 weak to all enemies. He's already weak and poisoned. I think I'm gonna go with outmaneuver. Do that. Deflect, even though I don't really need to. I'll just discard it anyway. Couple of strikes. Adding more poison because of the damage that goes through. Okay. So I now have 3 each of vulnerable, frail, and weakened. Okay. Shiv. Now, is it each hit that applies more poison? Whenever you deal unblocked damage, so yes. Each hit would do that. You have 3 skills, so I think... Yep, that applies 3 more poison. Sure. I will alchemize, which got me an energy potion. Backflip. Alchemize. Defend. Yeah. So, I've got backflip. I will also defend to get the 5 damage trigger there. And now, I can either strike to deal 4 damage and a poison, or I could use the energy potion. And then eviscerate. Why not? Go big or go home. Poison's up to 19. So yeah, I'm thinking if I can just go big enough on the main guy here, he'll die to poison between turns. Hey, I drew a skill. Gain some block. Use this. I'll get rid of the other prepared, gain some more block. All out attack, because why not? Although I should have done the other thing first, but I think I win now? Huzzah! Okay, 105 gold, a dexterity potion, and I get to add a rare card. Wraith form, gain 2 intangible. Oh, intangible is good. Reduce all damage taken and HP lost to 1. Phantasmal killer, next turn your attacks deal double damage. Or doppelganger, next turn draw X cards and gain X energy. Which could allow for so much combo potential. Just for the intangible, I'm going Wraith form. Okay. Then now I get to choose a relic. Got a Slaver's Collar. During boss and elite combats, gain Extra energy at the start of your turn. Oof. Fusion Hammer, gain an energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer smith at rest sites. Ugh. Gain an extra energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer rest. Heck no. Okay, I'm taking the Slaver's Collar. Period. Proceed. Act 3, The Beyond. Okay. So, the Wraith Form upgrade gives one more intangible. Alright. So I will pick up with that in the next recording. Meanwhile, I can maybe figure out which path I want to take. So we've got battle. We got a bunch of battles along the one path. I would have to. Left path would be battle, event, merchant possibly, or battle, then another event, then an elite. Chance of 3 elites along the way there. Going to the right, I've got fewer elite chances. But how many elites do I really want to face now? So that is during boss... Well, considering I gain an extra energy at the start of every turn against bosses and elites, maybe it's not such a bad idea. Oh, yeah. Stretch and hydrate. Okay. Give me a second. I mean, I kind of already hydrated a little, but sure. Just to make sure that this is for you. Do need at least one more rest for smithing. Okay. Really 2 more if we want all the good ones smithed. Felt like I just got a hair on my tongue. It seems like the second path from the left would be best to take if I want a bunch of resting. Oh yeah, that's right, you can't see the map. But yeah, there's a total of like 4 rest spots possible if I take that path that I just mentioned. Oof. Actually, kind of felt my back crack a little there. Okay. So, yeah, if I go a little further to the right, that leaves... Basically, if I stick mostly to the right, I've got a total of 3 rests. I was considering doing the far left path just because of more elite battles, during which I would gain an extra energy each turn. In that path, I would pretty much be guaranteed to have 2 rests before the boss, at least. I could do 3. Yeah. That is probably the better approach. Having 1, 2, 3 elites might be a bit much. I don't know. Alright. I think I'm going with the left path. And I will start recording now. Okay, so we're in Act 3 in my run as the Silent. I think I'm going to go with the left path here. I have a bunch of stuff that helps me against elites, and the left path seems to have the most elite possibilities, while also still having up to 3 rests. 2 which are guaranteed. So I think I'm going to take the left path here. Let us see what I encounter first. Oh, yay, thorns! But that's only when attacked. So if I can do things that deal damage without attacking, then that doesn't happen. Okay, well, still starting with afterimage. Always starting with afterimage. Oh, geez. And then there's Mind Blast, which would deal a ton of damage. So honestly, using a Mind Blast on one of them, even with the thorns, might not be a bad idea. Instant kills, well... Yeah, the one in the back would die. That's not one that does the thorns, though. (25 plus 18 equals 40. Yeah. But I was thinking I'd do the 18 and the 16 to the one in the back. All-out attack. That kills one of the thorns. Yeah, Alright, so I do think I'll use Mind Blast on that one. See, the one in the back doesn't do the thorns. So honestly, I just kind of figured I would backstab and slice that one so I don't get the negative effect from it. Least attacks or as much block. Yeah. Okay, well, backstab on... So, right now, because Wraith form is going either way. True. So then I discard Wraith form for now. Neutralize is going to deal 11 damage this turn. No letter opener. But I will get the ornamental fan. So I'll get 4 block there. Alright, so... right now I'm thinking backstab on that one. Neutralize on this one since it's about to attack me. all-out attack is gonna kill that one. I could actually get 2 of the spikers gone. Now that I realize. You know what? Sure. Okay. I took a little bit of damage from all that when it was said and done, but still not terrible. Oh, jeez. If it didn't cost so much, Envenom would be great. Oh, and it's just increasing its thorn damage. Great. I love that. Okay, well. Envenom. Because. Reasons. Except, that was a power, wasn't it? Envenom is a power, yes. Yeah, I can play 2 skills, but not... well, potentially 3. Let me see what Prepared gets me. Alchemize. Okay. So let me discard Strike. Then I'll use Deflect. And Alchemize. So that dealt 5 damage without it being an attack. And then I guess I'll end my turn. And yes, more energy. From the potion I just got. Holy... ugh. 7 thorns, though. Is it seriously just going to keep adding to the thorns? Because if so, then shoot, I'll just keep using skills all day. The only reason I'm not sure is because the other spiker attacked. The one turn. Alright. But if that's how it's going to work, backflip to see what I get from there. Survivor. Actually, not that I need more block all that badly. But still. And then defend so I get the 5 free damage. Yay, letter opener. And, of course, the Mercury Hourglass, too. But now I got a bunch of attack stuff. So it says when attacked, it does damage back. That doesn't necessarily mean each hit. Escape plan. Ooh, poison. Yes. Poison is good. I want poison. And then, you know what? I think I'll just end the turn there. Because I don't really have any other skills in my hand. I could use the skill potion thing, but eh. Doesn't feel like I need it that badly. Okay, and then I can deflect and yeah, just skills all the way, man. I don't need that many defends. Although, actually, if I'm doing skills all the way, then no point in striking either. Yeah, and then the poison is deadly and I win. Okay. Well, I could get another Slice, which is kind of nice because it's free. Dodge and Roll Plus. Gain 6 block. Next turn, gain 6 block. Kind of nice. I think I might take that. Yeah, going for it. Okay, another battle. Strength up. What is this? An Orb Walker. Intends to inflict a negative effect and attack for 10 damage. Strength up. At the end of its turn, gains 3 strength. Is it just going to do that every turn? Because if so, yeesh. Alright, well. After Image. Mind Blast. Because that's a bunch of damage. Backstab is another 18. Okay, so if I attack, I can deal some damage. I'll gain 5 more block. 1 for the card use, 4 for the fan. So, I'm kind of leaning towards that. Energy Alchemize. True. If I use the energy potion now, and then alchemize, I'll just gain another potion. And this one's a colorless. So let's see here. So now I could do the poison, which would probably be good, and then maybe do the all-out attack and still gain all the armor that I was thinking about. So deadly poison and all-out attack. It's got 8 poison on it now. No, 7. Why only 7? I thought the... I don't know. Oh, right, because I don't have Envenom active. Duh. Alright. Well, at least I won't take damage this turn. Oh, sure, now I have Envenom. But Slice deals 13. How do I check the burn cards? I don't... Were they added to the discard pile? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't really see him there. I don't think I'm really going to need to worry about it too much, though. Because, let's see here. That'll be 13. 19. Plus the poison should be enough to win. Click right. This is right trigger. Oh yeah, burn. Unplayable. At the end of your turn, take 2 damage. Okay. Yeah, that's annoying. Just for funsies, to see what I get. Oh, and look at that. I also got Neutralize. I win. Okay, got some gold. Colorless potion. I'm already full on potions, so no thanks. Alright. Outmaneuver plus. Gain 3 energy next turn. Although Masterful Stab plus costs 1 additional energy for each time you lose HP this combat. Oh. So great early card, not so great later. dodge and roll. I kind of like outmaneuver. Especially if I have the card drawing cards as well. Masterful Stab expects you to win quick, yeah. But if I don't get it quick, then what does it matter? I'm going with outmaneuver. Might not be the best choice, but I don't care. It's my choice. Alright, we have a sensory stone. Navigating through the beyond, you discover a glowing tesseract spinning and shifting gently in the air. Interact. You touch it. A sharp pain flows through you, followed by vivid flashes of a distant memory. Whose memories are these? Recall, add one colorless card to your deck. Okay. I can add 2 colorless cards to my deck and lose 5 HP, or 3 colorless cards and lose 10 HP. They're colorless cards. It doesn't even say which colorless cards. Yeah, I kind of, with it being a Tesseract thing, you say that it's your memories. Yours from, like, another dimension / run, I'd imagine. It is a choice of 3? Oh, so like, it's gonna give me a big list, and I just choose from... Choose one of 3 per time. Oh, okay. One of 3 each. Yeah. I just don't know if I feel like losing HP for that all that much. Fine. Middle ground compromise. Good instincts, gain 6 block. So yeah, gain 1 artifact, which prevents a negative status effect. Madness. Reduce the cost of a random card in your hand to 0 this combat. The whole combat. Which, in a longer combat, like a boss or an elite, could be helpful. But, yeah, it's like... It's a random card from your hand. And the other 2 are free. You know what? What do you mean skip for now? Why would I skip? If I skip, doesn't that mean I'm intentionally not taking... Because you're saying I could come back as long as I don't choose the next thing I'm going to do. I could just look at the next thing I'm going to do here. There are 2 card rewards. Yes, I know. Which is why I feel like skipping 1, wouldn't that just make me lose out on that one? should look at both before you take either. Alright, if I lose out on a card because of this, Seth, I'm not going to be happy. Oh, but they do both show up there like that, so, yeah, okay. Whoa, hello. Draw 3 cards and exhaust. Okay. Chrysalis. Shuffle 3 random skills into your draw pile. They cost 0 this combat. Panic button. Gain 30 block. Cannot gain block from cards for 2 turns. Yeah. Also, adding more skills to the deck than combos off with the letter opener. So, I'm leaning towards Chrysalis. But you're saying skip to go back to this one? But I'm saying think about your deck. Also, I think you sent something at the exact same time as Stream Elements, and my multi-chat thing registered it as Stream Elements saying what you said. Yeah, you're saying think. Just telling me to, just encouraging me to think about it doesn't do that much for all that. Oh, jeez. And now my multi-chat is bugging out. Is it because I have not scrolled to the bottom? Is that why? Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't feel like I have to think too much about this. Chrysalis seems like a pretty obvious choice. Save for the cost, but oh my gosh, why is it? Which ones do you know? Yeah, so Chrysalis. I mean, Madness could make for some helpful combos, but it's random, so yeah. And how does that help me make my decision? Because the assumption would be longer battles, I guess. So, alright, you know what? I'll take a chance on Madness. Also, man, this is annoying. Why does it want to mess up my multi-chat here? I don't know. Anyway. But it's like if I scroll up and then back down, it works fine. That's what's weird about the multi-chat thing going on. Anyway. Serenity. 2 primitive creatures fight over a carcass on the side of the road. You observe, devoid of emotion. Watch, remember, live. This is the Watcher's mission. Recently, one of your peers has stopped reporting on their assignment, Spire of Unknown Origin. As the fight ends, you continue onward, unfazed by the bloody scene that took place. So, the implication there is that these cards would be normal for the Watcher. Okay, so, I could do another battle right now, or go to a merchant. I've got 264 gold, which could definitely be enough to buy something at the merchant, and I don't have another chance at a merchant anyway, so let's do it. Ooh, hello. Next 2 non-boss chests you open contain 2 relics, which, I mean, I'm only going to open 1, but that does mean I would gain 2 relics from it. Or, let's see here, strawberry, upon pickup, raise your max HP by 7. Lee's Waffle, upon pickup, raise your max HP by 7 and heal all of your HP. Put there last time. I mean, just picking up 2 relics would be nice. Whenever you apply debuff to an enemy, they take 5 damage. So, is all that gold worth getting an extra relic, I guess, is the... Strawberry does max HP. Lee's Waffle does max HP and heals me at a cost of only 2 more. So, I think I'm going to go for the Waffle. And then, Blade Dance is pretty inexpensive right now. Jack of all trades is a 0 cost, but it's a one and done kind of thing. Kind of like Blade Dance. Cannot also afford Caltrops then. I could buy another escape plan or a sneaky strike. And now with all the discarding that I have, it's a little more likely to be helpful. So, you know what? I feel like taking Sneaky Strike. It's also a potion down there. That's an option. Oh, hang on. Which potion is it, though? Explosive. Deal 10 damage to all enemies. It's mildly helpful, but I'd have to get rid of a potion in exchange, and I don't know if I feel like getting rid of either of those. Okay. I'm gonna get Sneaky Strike. Okay, proceeding. And now we have another event. Falling. As you head upwards, hopping from one floating shape to another, you slip, and you begin to fall. While in freefall, you consider your options. Land safely with your greatest techniques, channel a power to survive the fall, or strike at the wall to hang on to it. Okay, so basically either I lose Deadly Poison Plus, I lose Envenom, or I lose a Strike. Yeah, I'll lose a Strike. Those are basic normal cards. You were able to latch onto the wall and manage to make a short hop onto another stable platform. Okay. Now, elite time. Alright, what's this guy do? Well, he's planning on inflicting a negative effect. Great. After image. Mind Blast. Because of all the damage there. Yeah, I got an extra energy because it's an elite, and I have relics that give me more stuff for elites. Backstab. Okay. So if I play Survivor and discard Alchemize, Sneaky Strike is then free. Although, no, because I still need the 2 energy to play it. So never mind. In that case, I should probably use a potion, yeah. Colorless potion. But it's just a regular Mind Blast. Thinking ahead, draw 2 cards, put a card from your hand on top of your draw pile. Metamorphosis. Shuffle 3 random attacks into your draw pile. They cost 0 this combat. Huh. I'm like, or I could just get Mind Blast and... Thinking ahead. Yeah, I mean... True. It's a 0 cost, and... I can prep something for the next turn. Alright, so... Thinking ahead. Huh. Now Alchemize is not... What do you mean now it's not as good? Alright. Prepared and Sneaky Strike. But I still need the 2 energy to play it. Oh, yeah. Because if I play Prepared, then I can... Yeah. Okay. Fine. True that. Prepared. Then I could discard another Survivor card. Okay, Sneaky Strike. Bam. Okay, now I can do Madness, and then either this Strike or Alchemize will be free. Wow, bad idea. What? I mean, yeah, it could have, but do we really want to count on that? Could have made Sneaky Strike free. I mean, maybe. Oh, whatever. And now Alchemize is free, but it's only gonna get used once, because it exhausts. Oh well. Honestly, the way this is going, I'm not sure it's gonna last very long anyway. The potion I got applies 3 week. Oh yeah, I got burns. That's fun. Oh geez, okay. I have Chrysalis. He plans to attack for 18 damage. Yeah, but it does go directly to my hand, yeah. Oh, and then those will be 3 attacks. That'll give me that'll give me the free block from the fan. So, okay, fine. Envenom. Blade Dance. Shiv. 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 And then just to see what other cards I might get. Nope, okay. Nothing playable. Intangible mate. What do you mean intangible? There's no... I didn't know of any intangible going on. Oh. Never mind, he does have intangible going on. Well, at least there was the poison. $45 damage. Jeez. Oh, that's a dexterity potion. My 3 weak. Might want to do that. Taking 1... yeah, that's true. Wraith form does mean only 1 damage. So, sure, why not? Wraith form. And then I could still play... Not quite sure how to pronounce that. Is it Flechettes? Sure. That hits, apply some poison. I can... Well, using Deflect isn't necessary, but it'll just get discarded anyway. So whatever. And I could just use Eviscerate to end it. Let's keep it simple and do that. Oh, shoot. He had intangible as well. Dang it. Well, now I feel dumb. I'll get extra energy next turn, I guess. Prepared just to see what I get. Discard the defend. I can neutralize and make him weaker. Alright, well, at least I did a little more with that turn then. Okay. No longer has intangible. So honestly, all-out attack and strike would do enough. I win. Okay. Let's get out of here. War Paint. Upon pickup, upgrade 2 random skills. And it upgraded Defend and Prepared. Meh. Okay. Which one of these might I want? Sucker Punch. Deals 9 damage, apply to weak. Finisher. Deals 6 damage for each attack played this turn. Heal Hook. Deal 5 damage. If the enemy has weak, gain an energy and draw a card. Not too many things I have that apply weakness, so probably not that. What is Alchemize upgrade? Alchemize upgrade just makes it free. Which, I mean, granted, is helpful. Out of these, I think I kind of like the finisher. Although, like, what other upgrades could we potentially do? Madness would cost 0. Chrysalis gets more skills into my draw pile. Anyway. You like Sucker Punch. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Okay, you know what? Fine, Sucker Punch. Right. The 2 upgrades we really wanted are Envenom and Infinite Blade. Because Envenom upgraded costs 1 less. And why does it go all the way to the top when I do that? Infinite Blades upgraded makes it innate. Speaking of upgrading things... Smithing time. Alright. Now, which one do I want first? Envenom at 1 last cost, or 1 less cost, or Infinite Blades to be innate? That is the question. Yeah, I was kind of feeling Envenom. So, yeah. Alright, and then we proceed to another battle. Just a regular battle this time, though, not an elite. Oh, fun. So... intends to block and attack for 10 damage. And they all have 3 strength, jeez. Draw all 3 at the same time, and that way and be able to actually play them. Jawworms do what? Yeah, so they're... can't remember what they do based on Act 1, honestly. Okay, well, pretty sure I still want to play After Image. Mind Blast. Doesn't really matter which one. And Backstab would be enough to kill that one. A potion to spend for Alchemize. Who says I'm going to use Alchemize this turn? When I have Outmaneuver. But yeah, I think I'm going to use Outmaneuver. Because otherwise, I mean, applying Weak wouldn't be a terrible idea, but still. Also, I'm about to take quite a bit of damage. Ooh. Okay. I'm definitely thinking I want to use Madness first. Haha! Wait. Did it say outright that it would be a skill? Or... why is it not showing up in my discard pile? Anyway. No, it just says a random card. Alright. Wraith form. Okay. I'm like, which one do I want to poison? Is it really that big a deal? Probably not that much. Oh geez, I have a bunch of extra energy now. Oh yeah, okay. It didn't show up in the discard pile because it was exhausted. Duh. Going to have you do poison and defend before the madness just to get... oh, yeah, that would have been true. But it worked out anyway, I guess. I can defend even though I don't really need to. Fine. Now the back one has more strength. Well then, I'll just make it weaker. Okay. So that's 3 attacks in one turn. What to discard? That's not gonna do much this turn. Why won't it let me... what? Now I'm confused. It's like it won't... oh, wait. I have to discard 2 of them. Oh. Right. Because it drew 2. It was the upgraded one that draws 2 and discards 2. Infinite Blades. Okay, well now my my crud, what's it called? I don't know. The thing that reduces damage to 1. That's gone now. Okay, that one's already weak. So I can sucker punch this one and make it weak. Do a shiv. And all-out attack would be enough to get rid of the back one. So then I'll strike the front one. And then honestly, I think that plus the poison is enough, just in general. Huh. Yeah, I think it's 5 poison there. Yeah, okay, cool. I win. $16 gold. Energy potion. Honestly, I'm not real big on the dexterity potion. I mean, yes, I have some block gaining cards, but or actually, I only have what? 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 more non-boss combats in which to potentially use the smoke bomb. So I don't know. I'm actually considering getting rid of that. I mean, they all have their uses. Alright. Some people might disagree with this, but I think I'm going to discard the dexterity potion. Okay. Card to add to my hand. We've got another Blade Dance, or Deflect, or a Dagger Spray Plus, which does 6 damage to all enemies twice. So basically that's 12 damage. Well, 12 damage to all. And Venom would trigger twice. True. Alright. Dagger Spray it is. Yeah, I really wish this whole chat thing would fix itself. Actually, okay. I might fiddle around with something in that here in a moment. But first, I have a chest. Eternal Feather. For every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP whenever you enter a rest site. Just outright? So that means the next rest site I enter, I would automatically recover, what, 7 HP? I'm pretty sure that's what would happen. $21. Why would it be 21? It's for every... Oh, yeah. Heal 3 for every... Duh. Never mind. I got the math now. So I enter the rest site, and inherently have recovered all of my missing HP. So smithing time. And now we're going to do infinite blades. To make it innate. So I have that right at the start. Okay. Alchemize gets to be our last one. Well, that leaves me even more inclined to want to try to take on the elite that comes up to get another relic. Okay, but I'm going to pause the recording real quick because ads have kicked in on Twitch. I also kind of need to take a quick break myself. Alright. I will actually take my break first, and then I'll come back and do the hydrate and stretch. Alright. I'm back from my own personal little break. So, let me go ahead. Take care of those redemptions. I guess maybe while... I should have just done the stretching while I was already up. Oh well. Okay. There we go. Work those legs a bit. Not that I don't work my legs all the time while I'm at my actual job and stuff. Okay. Oh, now we're getting some exercise in here. Well, okay. I'm like, do I want to do that now or just wait until after I finish up Slay the Spire run? Because that'll just further increase... Well, not that I think it'll take a whole nother hour to finish all that up. Jumping jacks. Okay. I'm already in a break from the game. Let me go ahead and get those jumping jacks out of the way. Although, tell you what. Chair will be up here. I will be back this way so you can see more of me as I do the jumping jacks. Okay. So any multiple of 3, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Okay. Since 3 was the roll, 30 jumping jacks felt appropriate. Okay. Now that that's all settled. Okay. Back to the game. Could do something else after the STS run is finished. Like what? Anywho, okay. I am now going to resume the recording. Or at least very shortly here. Just double checking that I don't have any major notifications. Not really. Okay. Remember, 4 energy, yeah. Okay. Resuming recording now. Alrighty. So with all the stuff I've got, and full health, I'm gonna fight another elite here. What is this? Holy... It lost 125 HP right off the bat. Because of the preserved insect. And I'm getting 4 energy every turn. Because of... which one is doing that? The Slaver's Collar. And on top of that, I'm starting off with 2 strength. Because of the Sling of Courage. He is slow. Look at the debuff. Whenever you play a card, Giant Head receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. Okay. So, basically... That's... So basically, I kind of want to come out swinging, huh? So wait. Whenever you play a card, Giant Head receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. Okay, well, after image. +1 slow. Yeah. Per card. And it's 10% more damage? So really, I might want to save the bigger damage dealing stuff for later. Because doesn't that mean it would deal more damage then? Oh shoot, was that a skill or a power? I think... Infinite Blades is a power, okay. Oh, that's only 1 skill anyway. Defend is the only skill that's in my hand. Okay, green modifier on custom. Yeah, so... well, backstab. Or... maybe I'll do strike first. Because Flechettes isn't really anything special in this situation. Strike. Backstab, Mind Blast. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because 10% more damage for each card played. So now it's actually gonna do... I wish... Okay. So it's actually gonna do 47? Jeez. It's already, like, halfway gone. Okay, and I will end that turn. But now it's gonna curse me. Probably. For what? Okay, I'm weakened. And now it plans to attack. Timer reaches 0. Big smack. Huh. Wraith form doesn't exactly seem necessary. So, let me do escape plan. Ooh, Envenom. Which now only costs 1. So now each time I hit him, it's gonna add poison. Well, each time I hit with an attack, it's gonna add poison. Yeah, I guess I could do, like, poison, defend, and then the shiv and the slice. Defend. Letter opener deals 5 damage. Oh, I guess the slowness only applies for the given turn. Otherwise, it looks like it resets each turn. I mean, I could also do Wraith form if I use the energy potion. I don't feel like I'm doing too terribly, and honestly, wait, hang on. Okay, Wraith form does not exhaust. I was like, if it exhausts, then maybe I'd want to save it for later in case I go through enough cards, but How much damage do you want to do, though? I mean, it's 10% more for each of these, which on its own isn't a ton, but you know what? Screw it. I'll drink the potion. Wraith form. And then I will use the shiv and then slice. Huh. Well, now we have madness. Madness after shiv. But yeah, obviously we don't want to end up having the shiv cost 0 when it already does. Okay. Because, yeah, I guess whichever card it gets applied to, it has the same overall effect. And it applied that to Survivor, which is meh. Let me go ahead and alchemize. I got a cultist potion. Gain 1 ritual, which means gain strength at the end of your turn. And I'm guessing that would stay there for the rest of combat. Do the discard last. Okay. I'll do defend first. So then this will hopefully deal a little bit more damage. Yeah, and then we'll do Survivor. Okay. It's at 10 poison as well. Two. Oh boy. I am weakened. Still? Or again? I don't know. Alright. Ooh, okay. Huh. Yeah. Prepared for sure. Dealing damage to... Well, the all enemies part of that doesn't really matter too much. Gain 4 block. Next turn, gain 4 block. Yeah, Eviscerate should stay for sure. So that'd be... Well, that essentially becomes free, so that's no energy cost. So then I got 3... Actually, no, then it costs 1 less. All-out attack and dodge and roll. So actually, I think I'd be able to do all-out attack as well because of Eviscerate than costing less. So I'm gonna get rid of Deflect and dodge and roll. Yeah, Eviscerate only costs 1 now. And I have way more energy than I really need, I think. So lowest damage first, I think, is what really matters here. What, you mean no? Sneaky strike first. That doesn't matter that much. I mean, yeah, as long as I still have the 2 energy to use it, but I literally have enough energy to use every card. So I'm going with the lowest damage first, so then the ones that are already inclined to deal more damage do even more with the added percentage. So, Shiv. 7, 9... Okay, neutralize. All-out attack has to be last, though. That's the main thing. Sneaky strike. And then eviscerate. And then all-out attack. Okay. And the countdown is at 1. Which is a bit of an issue. Well, Blade Dance adds 3 shivs to my hand. But... $22, okay. Prepared just because, you know, adds slow, I guess. Well, that brought Chrysalis in, but I don't think that's really as relevant in this now. Would have been helpful earlier on, but considering it shuffles those skills into my draw pile, it's not as big a deal at this phase. One, two, three. Yeah. Unless I just ignored one of my attack possibilities, but... oddly enough, I think that's the play right now. So, Blade Dance. And then defend, I think. The shivs actually do more than strike, so I'm gonna do strike first. And then the shivs, and then dagger spray, I think. And I have gained all kinds of armor. Dagger spray. And it's gonna die from poison because it has 22. Oh, man. Begone. Okay, 28 gold. Bottled Lightning. Upon pickup, choose a skill. Start each combat with this card in your hand. Wait on bottle. Why wait on bottle? Do add card first. True. Because I might add a skill card. Riddle with holes. Deal 4 damage 5 times. Prepared plus. Or deadly poison plus. I feel like I'd go with the poison here. Okay, confirm that. Now I can choose a skill to start with in my hand at the beginning of each combat. So, Bottled Lightning. So, Chrysalis is a much better early play than it is a late play, for sure. There is also Blade Dance. But yeah. Given the situation, given the other stuff we have that's innate, I think we'd still be able to pull off Chrysalis on turn 1, but it would pretty much have to be like, I wouldn't really most of the time have too much to consider at the start then, because it would be After Image Plus, for sure. Mind Blast Plus. And then I guess only against bosses and elites would I then be able to play... Yeah. Only against bosses and elites would I then be able to play Chrysalis at the start. So, with all that in mind, yeah, I was thinking maybe poison. Unless I went without maneuver, but probably poison. So, sure, deadly poison. And still not as big on the dexterity potion as I am on the others. So I think I'll just leave that. Skip the potion. Okay. Next battle. Holy cow, this is a regular enemy here? Jeez. Plans to inflict a powerful negative effect on me. It's called a what? Spire growth? Okay, after image. Mind Blast. Oh yeah. We already have Infinite Blades as innate, which that's more important to me than the deadly poison. I can still do backstab. And then that turn's done. Constricted. What does that do? At the end of your turn, take 10 damage. Jeez. Huh. Okay, well... 8 damage in 2 weak. Heck yeah. Suppose I should play Prepared... although that's the Prepared Plus. I've got to discard 2 cards. I feel like the best play is actually going to be getting rid of the 2 strikes. Yeah. I think getting rid of 2 strikes is the play here. Because then I can apply poison. I get dodge and roll, which gives me some block. And that's my 3rd skill, so 5 damage. And then I can do a strike and a shiv, which gives me 4 extra block. I take no damage this turn. From their attack. I do still then take 10 damage from being constricted. Okay, well, the constricted damage happens first, I guess. Envenom is nice to have. And I just stay constricted like that? Ugh. Well, that's no fun. Alright, Envenom because poison. escape plan? Because it's free? And then Shiv, which adds a little more poison. Backflip to see what I draw. Okay, Dagger Spray would apply... Well, it would deal 12 damage and apply 2 more poison. Yeah. Oh, or I use Defend, gain more block, and it'll still deal 5 damage to it. Only because of the letter opener am I doing this. Alright, I take 4 damage thanks to the tungsten tube. Or whatever that's technically called. Ooh, okay. Survivor. I discard Defend. Sneaky Strike is now essentially free. And then Shiv, Slice, Strike. And I think it... Oh, it's so close to just dying to poison then. But not quite. Okay, well, no need to think hard about this. Shiv, done. Okay, add a card to my deck. Well, I don't think we need another innate card. Terror Plus. Apply 99 vulnerable. What? 99. Yeah, I think that's the play here. Or that's the... That feels like the obvious choice. And it's a 0 energy cost as well. Okay, so... I can do an event here or another battle. Yeah. Let's go with the event. I just noticed how long this recording has been. Good grief. Mind Bloom. While walking and traversing through the chaos of the Spire, your thoughts suddenly begin to feel very real. Imaginings of monsters and riches begin to manifest themselves into reality. Sensation is quickly fleeting. What do you do? I am War. Fight a boss from Act 1. Obtain a rare relic. I am Awake. Upgrade all cards. You can no longer heal. Ugh. I am Healthy. Heal to full HP. Heck no. I'm already close to full HP. Fight a boss from Act 1, but do I heal after that? Ah. But a rare relic. Alright, fine. War it is. Oh, and it's the slime. Fun. This is... So wait, does it actually pick the exact boss that I fought in Act 1? Okay, so... Mind Blast. As long as I don't drop it below half health this turn, then it's not going to split. Although it's real close to splitting then. Yeah, in fact, slice would cause it to split. Note the scenery. What about the scenery? He got teleported to Act 3 territory. Yeah. I'm not necessarily surprised by that. Poison. And I think I will forego the slicing. So then I can hopefully deal more damage before the split. Well, this isn't super helpful for what I was just trying to do. Yeah, he's gonna split anyway from the poison, I think. Shiv. Madness to see what it targets. Woohoo, it targeted one of these defend cards. Big whoop. Defend. Sneaky strike? Yeah. Sneaky strike and then another defend, I guess. Alright, now we get 2 of these with 44 health each. Oh, look at that! Envenom. Exactly what I wanted to see. Before using Dagger Spray. Note that these also split. Yeah, I'm aware. Let me see what prepared gets me. Outmaneuver. Sure. Well, Blade Dance actually... So Blade Dance gives me 3 more shivs. So that'll be 24 damage just from those. Dagger Spray does another 12. So I think I can get rid of one of them either way. So I'm gonna discard Strike. Okay, Blade Dance. Let me just go ahead and do Dagger Spray. And then... Shiv. Shiv. Another Shiv on that one for sure. How much poison does it have? 5. Sweet. It'll die to poison so I can Shiv the other one. Well... Or I just Shiv this one. That one's only going to lose 2. So that one's not going to split. Make it split? Why? Oh, because then it'll not attack? Fair enough. And then I outmaneuver. Oh, and 5 more damage from that anyway. Okay. And they only have 13 anyway. Not a big deal. In fact... Yeah, I'm totally fine. Shiv. And at this point, all-out attack wins it. Okay. Incense Burner. Every 6 turns, gain 1 intangible. Sure. I mean, it's a relic, so why not? Okay. So, options now are Acrobatics Plus, draw 4 cards, discard 1 card. That feels like a bit much. Poison Stab Plus continues the poison theme. Or another Sneaky Strike. Is it that helpful, though, having that many cards in my hand? Either the upgraded. Again, I'm leaning towards Poison Stab just because of how much of a theme poison has become. Mainly a draw, discard, no remove person. Yeah. I've noticed. Alright. Still kind of feeling Poison Stab. Okay, proceed. Alright. So we got another event or a regular battle. Now, of course, if I completed the battle in less than 6 turns, that could help me work towards getting an intangible. But I just kind of like the events. They feel even more random. And it's a regular battle anyway. Oh, and it's these guys with lifelink. If other enemies are still alive, revives in 2 turns at 50% HP. Alrighty. Well, After Image Plus. Mind Blast on the one with the most HP, I think. Infinite Blades. Honestly, I could kill off that one just so it doesn't deal the 10 damage to me. And besides, when it revives, it has 50% health. Although that means half my work is gone. Or I could just hit this one for the 18 damage. Alright, fine. Yeah, when I ran into this group as the Ironclad, I think it just, like, outright... Like, practically everything I got was, you know, deal tons of... It was all, like, deal damage to the whole group. Okay, well... We'll apply the vulnerable to this one, I guess, since it has the most health right now. Kill all at the same time. I have a card that can do that. Which card can do that? Well, maybe not in my hand. Backflip. Okay, that maybe wasn't ideal, but whatever. Deflect. To do that kind of stuff. And then I guess I could do a shiv. And then 2 strikes. To this one. Eh. Alright. Envenom. Could be nice. Those two have 9 block each right now, which is not great for me. Okay. I'm gonna shiv this one, I think. Poison stab that one. And I guess do a strike against it. Alright, getting close. But I'm still about to hurt quite a bit. Six damage for each skill in your hand. Okay, so there's that. Of course, all-out attack. But let me do this first to get rid of the blocking. Just so I can be absolutely sure. Yeah, okay. They're all dead. Okay, 15 gold. An attack potion. Choose 1 of 3 random attack cards. Well, I don't really have a need to use the smoke bomb. So, discarding that, getting the attack potion. Okay. Options. We've got a flying knee plus 11 damage, gain an extra energy next turn. Another prepared plus. Noxious fumes. At the start of your turn, apply 2 poison to all enemies. Sure. That seems like a good one for what I have going on here. Alright. Rest. Or the bonfire, at least. The upgrade for this is 3 poison to all enemies. Huh. So now I'm left with the question of, do I heal to full for the boss? Or do I upgrade it? You're fine, I think, without the potion upgrade. I'm sorry, what? Also, as soon as you enter cultist potion, yeah. So what, you're leaning towards upgrade, Seth? Oh, yeah. Alright. Yeah, especially this far along. Having full health for the boss is generally a good idea. Okay, here we go. Alright, so we've got a couple of cultists. And then... Awakened one. Intends to attack for 20 damage. At the end of this turn, heals 10 HP. Curiosity, whenever you play a power card, gains 1 strength. Unawakened. This enemy hasn't awakened yet. Awakened one is a jawworm. With a big buff. Anyway, so... Thing is, my first play has always been a power, which means it's gonna gain 1 strength. Lovely. Actually, 2 of my first... Be ready when you kill it. So wait, what does a jawworm do when killed? Because I'm, like, not recalling, I guess. Alright. Infinite Blades. Does it bring back the cultists? Oh, speaking of cultists. Cultist Potion. Drink. I could apply a weak potion to it. Do full damage to it, it responds and becomes awakened, which is a lot more HP and a lot more deadly. No weak now. Too early. Okay. So, Mind Blast on... Yeah, so, I'm like, should I get rid of the cultists because they're just going to be a pain to keep around? And if they don't respawn, then that kind of makes things better off for me in the long run. Do not respawn. Okay. So, I think I'm going to use Mind Blast on one of them. And then... And they have to die by the end. Alright, I should have seen what escape plan would give me. Oh well. Nothing special. So I think then I will use Dagger Spray and Backstab because then I get a, I get 4 block. Backstab on this cultist. And I guess I'll end my turn. I'm saving the attack potion for if I need a third one to gain that extra block. Oh, look at that. I have 1 intangible. Which means whatever this is, it's only going to deal 1, well, 4 damage, essentially. Terror. Yeah, sure. Or do I wait until it's awakened? I guess that's the thing. So... Refills and gets more max HP. Okay, well... So right now, I'm thinking I do Survivor and discard Terror with it. So since I don't plan on playing that. And then, you know what, based on how the energy stuff plays out, Shiv, strike, defend, not that I need that, and then all-out attack. When the awakened one dies, the cultists flee. But they're already dead? I don't know. Anyway. Which is when he respawns the following turn. And my intangible wears off. Ooh, okay, now I got a bunch of poison stuff to do. Potentially. He has a turn of invulnerable when he does his respawn. Yay. Prepared. Skill. I don't know if I really plan on doing that, and in order to do that, I'd have to get rid of an attack, which I kind of want all the attacks I have right now. Although, you know what, yeah. Alright, so, deadly poison. Defend. And then you get 5 free damage from using 3 skills. Poison stab. Sucker punch. And a shiv. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Given how long this battle seems like it's gonna be, I think I might want to play Chrysalis. So, we'll do that. Acrobatics, Burst, and Crippling Cloud. Okay. And then I guess just given how the energy plays out, backflip. Ooh. Envenom. And then I could do Slice and Shiv and 6 times 4 is quite a lot. Just to have an extra free attack this turn to get that 4 block, I'm going to use my attack potion. Gain 10 block, deal 10 damage. 8 damage, next turn gain an energy. 14 damage, discard all non-attack cards in your hand. Well, that doesn't really matter right now, does it? Honestly, right now, I'd kind of like some more block. Yeah. Ad break, yeah. I know. Alright, fine. I'll hold off on that for a sec. Ugh. Getting up. Stretching. Ugh. Oh, jeez. If I don't hurry with this kind of stuff, I might, not make it to something I was maybe gonna do today. But oh well. Yeah. Stretch out the legs. Yeah. Okay. Ad break is almost done. So. About that hour being enough. Yeah. I'm thinking it is quite likely I'm now going to split this into 2 separate videos for the edits. Okay. Still got 20 more minutes, probably. Yeah, I don't know if I like the whole discarding all of my non-attack cards. I guess I would just have to play everything else first. Oh yeah, I'm still recording. Having extra energy from flying knee would be nice, but like, all of these seem good. Now, does it... I don't know. You know what? Taking dash. Especially since it costs 0 this turn. Okay. No damage taken there for me. Okay. So now we have Noxious Fumes. Oh, Burst. This turn, your next skill is played twice. Which... Okay. The only thing that makes sense there would be dodge and roll. Okay, Noxious Fumes. Yes, it gives 1 strength to the enemy, but in this case, I think it's worth it. Okay. Burst. For dodge and roll. Shiv. And then I guess defend, because that's the only other thing I can really do. Yeah. I've realized he regenerates. I mean, I read that before, but yeah. Okay, gaining block. I take no damage this turn because of the tungsten tube thing. Okay, acrobatics. Draw 3 cards and discard a card. Which works well with Sneaky Strike. Now what am I going to discard? Maybe just the defend card? Either that or prepared just because I've already done the discarding. But defend is really nothing special, so I'm inclined to go with that. Okay, whatever. Sneaky Strike. Although, hang on. Should I see if Madness targets that first? Because that's... I have 3 cards it would be bad to target, so, okay, maybe I'll play those first. Deflect. Shiv. Alright, we'll see what Prepared Plus gives me, I guess. Ooh. Yeah. All-out attack isn't that great under the circumstances. So I think I'll discard that and... Ugh. Do I discard Madness right now? Yes, but I don't need it to trigger Sneaky Strike right now. Sneaky Strike has already been triggered. I'm just discarding it. I'm not, like... Everything is currently... Yeah, that's the thing. I gotta get rid of something good. Yeah. Madness. What about Madness? Like... You're saying choose that to discard? Because that's honestly kind of what I was thinking. Okay. So. Now. Sneaky Strike. Blade Dance just cuz. Outmaneuver. Neutralize. Shiv, Shiv, Shiv. That's quite a lot of damage in one turn. I also have 35 block. For what would be 28 damage. Oh, what do you know? My deck has finally been reshuffled. Apply 4 poison and 2 weak to all enemies. Probably not something I want to do right now. $12 damage for each skill in your hand. Okay, let me go ahead and do that. I need to deal 29 more damage. Escape plan. See what I get from that. Huh, another outmaneuver. Okay. Shiv. Oh, hey! Midwest Dungeon Delvers, hello! So, once it dies, it'll just respawn. Which it's going to die due to poison. So maybe I should just play Wraith form and outmaneuver and leave it at that. It takes a turn to respawn. So, okay, well, whatever. Wraith form, outmaneuver. Strike just cause, I guess, and Crippling Cloud would exhaust, so now is probably not a good time to play it. So I'm gonna just end my turn and let it die of the poison. So now it's got 300 HP and still has the strength from before. So, but it's only going to deal 1 damage right now, so no sense in applying weakness to it. Alright. So, yeah. Shiv, because I can. Mind Blast, because it's just a bunch of damage. Blade Dance to get 3 more Shivs, which apply a little more poison. Alright. I've got a 50-50 shot at Madness making Eviscerate cost nothing. I'm gonna go for it. Hey, look at that. Eviscerate costs nothing. Hiya. And Survivor just cuz. Well, cuz 5 extra damage there. Okay, end my turn. Okay, what do we got here? This turn, your next skill is played twice. I could apply that to Deadly Poison. In fact, I think I will apply that to Deadly Poison. It is now... It now has 25 poison on it. Let's see what the acrobatics give me. In a block, deal 18 damage. Or I could just get rid of the strike. I don't know. Why Wells? Hello. Been a while. How you doing? By the way, Seth, the reason I'm not using the potion is because I still have the intangible from Wraith form. So, I figure, why make it weaker when it's not going to do much damage anyway? Okay, you know what? For right now, I'm gonna discard the strike. Just because I have enough other attack options. You can do Shiv. Let's see what Prepared gives me. Okay. We got a Slice, and then a Defend will give me 5 free damage because the letter opener. I think I'm actually going to discard one of the all-out attacks. Oh, shoot. I have to discard 2 things. Wait. Yeah, but I don't want to get rid of both all-out attacks. Can I not reverse my choice? There we go. I figured it out. Okay, both all-out attacks are gone then, I guess. Okay. Playing Defend for the free 5 damage. Upgraded Slice. And Dash. Okay. Ending my turn. Now the poison takes effect, dealing 28 damage. I have nothing that discards any cards. Oh well. Huh. And Neutralize applies weakness to it anyway, so the weak potion still doesn't really matter right now. Don't end it. Why not? Why would I not want to end it? I'd like you to see the card it's about to give you. What? What do you mean? Why does... Oh, for the... Okay. I see what you mean. Alright, fine. I guess I'll block. Hang on. It's got 32 health. It's about to take 30 damage from poison. Gain a little more block. So long as I don't play another skill, it will not die. Oh, but I could get another potion. Fine. I'm doing this for you, Seth. I hope you're happy. Ending my turn. Okay, so that just got added to my draw pile. That doesn't mean it's necessarily in my deck, though, right? How do I get a look at that? There we go. Void. Unplayable, ethereal. Whenever this card is drawn, lose 1 energy. Okay. That doesn't seem that spectacular. Like, I don't know if that was worth making me wait to end the battle for that. Added to the card catalog, though. I guess. Okay, Shiv, dead, win. Crow. Defeated the Awakened One. Proceed. The thump, the thump, the thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire? The source of this evil? You prepare your daggers. Attack? Question mark? You deal 729 damage. The heart squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Are your mightiest attacks not enough? You ask yourself, have I been here before? You feel that you have dealt a total of 729 damage to the heart. The heart pulses louder and louder as your consciousness fades. Victory? Question mark? It says I beat the game with the silent. Okay. Ascension unlocked. Unlocked Ascension mode. Okay. That was quite a few points I got there, if I do say so myself. Alrighty. So, cards unlocked include Corpse Explosion. Apply 6 poison when the enemy dies. Deal damage equal to its max HP to all enemies. Catalyst, double the enemy's poison. And Exhaust. Bane, deal 7 damage. If the enemy has poison, deal 7 damage again. Alrighty. And now we proceed. New character. And roll credits because I completed a run. I don't think there's going to be anything special to the credits, though. I'll keep it rolling just in case. Okay. At least on heart defeat there is something. Huh. Alright, well, I cleared the main standard mode game with the silent. When you win a heart run, every character has a special outro. Got one thing to show you. Alright, well. I kind of hope these credits don't take too long, because I have other things that I kind of want to do today. Okay. You can skip this or scroll faster. Can I scroll faster? Oh, yes, I can. Aha. And scroll faster we shall. What the... It was like it looked almost like it went up that time. Okay, many thanks to all the people who made the game. And contributed otherwise to its creation. Okay, what's going on? There's just a black screen. Is there supposed to be more happening here? Do I need to press something else to... I am pressing all kinds of buttons. Bleh. And nothing is happening. Like, literally any button I press now isn't doing anything. I would have expected it would at least... there we go. Jeez. Did they have to make me wait so long for that? Okay. All due respect, we could be done with the credits now. Oh, there we go. Maybe? Oh, 2 exit. Okay. So it shows a little glowing symbol there. Because of completing it with the silent. Door of Act 4. Okay. Three keys, one for a special harder elite, one for not resting or smithing. Oh, so it's not just completing a standard run with each character. One for opening a chest but not taking anything. What? One what? I don't know. Anyway. But, we have indeed unlocked the Watcher now. So, I still have regular runs to do with at least the Defect and the Watcher. But, that will come later. Yeah, good grief, that was a long freaking recording. I'm gonna split that for sure. One key for each of those three things throughout the same run? Defect, Watcher, Ironclad, yeah. Okay, so I still don't, like, are the 3 keys for just completing a standard run with each of those characters? So, one for a special harder elite. I guess that's the one I've done already. Because I definitely rested and smithed. And I have always taken something when not opening a chest. You got none of those. Wait, then why was the green symbol glowing? Anyway. Okay. Maybe we could chat more about this in Discord or something. It has to be all in the same run where you take the key instead of the others. The heart run unlock is 1/3 complete. Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of which, didn't it have the... I don't know. Alright, well, yeah. It sounds like there's a lot to explain here, so maybe it's best left to Discord, where I could potentially come back to it later rather than a live stream like this. So, with that in mind, I think that's going to do it for me today. I need to get myself some dinner, and then I might have something else I want to do tonight. So, let me figure out who I'm going to raid here. If the one person I saw is still alive. I think I already... Nope, they are not still alive. Okay. So my decision is not as easy as I thought it might be. Keys are within the options. Has to be all in the same run where you take the key instead of the others. Okay, yeah, that... I'm still not quite sure I understand that. But, you know, it's suggesting a bunch of Slay the Spire stuff right now, which is kind of funny. Not really, because that's sort of what's expected. Again, Seth, maybe just leave it for Discord. So then I'm not trying to read all that right before I'm about to wrap up the stream, please. So, we could raid a channel that I follow, or I'm almost inclined to mix it up this time. And the first suggestion that comes up is, although it says viewer, the description of the stream, I kid you not, is viewers and AI slay the Spire. Ascension 4. Anyway. Called Twitch Slay Spire. No talking. I mean, if y'all are down with that, I could go ahead and raid there, just to shake things up. I don't know how the interaction will be regarding the raid, though. But I imagine some of you came here for Slay the Spire, so we could just keep Slay the Spire rolling with that. We'll get no interaction, probably. So, yeah, not normally a lot of people in that stream. Yeah, it currently has 8 viewers. Or my other thought is I could raid somebody who was also kind of in the stream that I raided yesterday, but I was raiding a different channel. Anyway. Dragon Rider Luke is playing Hollow Knight. Okay, you know what? Luke it is. Seems like he got things up and running, despite whatever the stream title was about getting his Wi-Fi to work. Well, let's find out. Alright, so anyway, that's going to do it for me. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I will see you soon for another stream. Pretty soon, the schedule will change, but I'll keep people updated on social medias and other outlets as that happens. Whatever the case is, until next time, stay cool, everybody.